Calling once again the other delegates. Delegate of Barbados.
Barbados present.
Okay. Delegate of Kazakhstan. Delegate of Kazakhstan. Absent. Delegate of Algeria. Delegate of Algeria. Absent. Delegate of New Zealand.
Present.
Okay. Delegate of Maldives. Delegate of Maldives. Absent. So moving on, we are now in a formal debate. Please press the raise hand button if there are any delegates who would like to motion on the floor. Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to set the agenda to discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation.
The delegate of France motions to set the agenda to discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation. Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. We begin with the openings. Seeing seconds, the motion passes, and the agenda will be focusing upon discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation. We begin with the opening speeches. All delegates are to give a speech as we will go in an alphabetical order. With that concluded, are there any motions on the floor? Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to set the speaking time to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
The delegate of France motions to set the speaking time to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion has been passed, and each delegate will be having a maximum of 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. Secretary, please set the timer, and delegates will be advised when your time is over. Thank you. Let us begin with the delegate of Okay. Let us begin with the delegate of Australia. The timer will begin. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Philippines, you have been recognized. Delegate of Australia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Calling once again the delegate of Australia. Okay, we will then move on to the delegate of Barbados. Delegate of Barbados, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I'm Fyodor Ernest C. Mejias. My country is Barbados. Barbados. It is an Eastern Caribbean and an independent Commonwealth nation. Bridgetown is a capital. North America is the continent.
Here's the sure.
Discrimination against LGBT. We think
Delegate of Barbados, are you done with your
the
opening?
issue is
Discrimination.
discrimination
Against.
Against.
Number.
Against
BT.
LGBT.
I'm done.
I'm done.
Thank you, Delegate of Barbados. We will now move to the next delegate. Delegate of Brazil, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. That has been acknowledged.
Excuse me, is it Brazil or Benin?
Can you repeat once again, Delegate of
Is it
Benin?
is it Brazil or Benin? You said Brazil, but it says Benin.
Oh, okay. Apologies. It is the Delegate of Benin. Thank you very much, Delegate of Benin. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon, delegates. I am the delegate of Benin. And to start off discussing off with this topic, in Benin, LGBTQ plus relationships are legal within Benin, but are often criminally discriminated even though. To prevent these sorts of things, I am proposing that we set a law for discrimination and to make sure to prevent less of it. My suggestions for this is either, depending on the offense, it could either go to a fine or even imprisonment. I relinquish my seat to
Thank you, Delegate. We will now move on to the next delegate. Delegate of Brazil, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. Sexuality is decided by oneself, not by the people around them. A child's feelings should be safeguarded, and in no circumstance should they be discriminated against, especially by their parents. Children should be loved and accepted, and it's our job to protect them from hate and discrimination. No child should experience discrimination due to sexual orientation. Conversion therapy seeks to alter one's sexuality back to quote-unquote normal. It carries out dangerous practices that target the LGBTQ youth. Brazil is one of the first countries that banned this therapy in the late 20th century, though these practices are continued up to this day. Brazil has established a few laws that seek to protect the LGBTQ community. Some of these laws protect the community from discrimination in their workplace. Same-sex marriage was also allowed in Brazil, and notary publics cannot refuse to conduct these ceremonies. Former president of Brazil was even fined for saying homosexuals need psychological care. Brazil believes that by passing a few laws that aim to protect the LGBTQ community and banning conversion therapy, it will be able to protect children from discrimination due to sexual orientation. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now proceed to the Delegate of Cameroon. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Cameroon. It seems that the delegate of Cameroon is disconnected. We will then proceed to the next delegate. Delegate of France, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, delegates of the House and Chairperson. We are here to discuss one of the issues in the world. We are here to discuss the discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation. As we all know, sexuality is an important part of who we are as humans. Beyond the ability to reproduce, sexuality also defines how we see ourselves and how we physically relate to others. In France, the fight to discriminalize homosexuality is a priority to us. Currently, homosexuality is an offense in over 70 states and punishable by death in 5 of these, and it is also regarded as diseases. This situation is unacceptable. All of these individuals must benefit from the same protection of their rights, without discrimination, in accordance with human rights as recognized in the international text. Friends therefore supports all actions to promote human rights. Thank you for your attention and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now move on to the Delegate of Honduras. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
People in Honduras are still being attacked, targeted, and being harassed because of having a different gender identity. The community of the LGBTQ still suffers from gender inequality. Honduras had a lot of involvement in the aforementioned conflicts about the discrimination based on their identity. It's not a secret that discrimination against the LGBT community has been a very popular issue around the world. In regards to this issue, Honduras is looking forward to providing a substantial resolution to bring back the rights and implement more laws for the members of the LGBT community. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now move on to the Delegate of Jordan. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The problem here in Jordan is discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation or sexuality. In other words, LGBTQIA+ is being hated by other people. The solution towards this is Jordans have to be balanced before the law itself, meaning there shall be no discrimination rights, duties, religion, language, and race. This is a benefit to Jordan since they're balanced in any way. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Malaysia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia. We will now move on to the next delegate. Delegate of Mongolia. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The Mongolian National LGBTQ supported by UNDP and USAID. It encourages networking between LGBTQ communities for parents across the region, building a good relationship with parents and children within the baseline and developing an understanding of the capacity of LGBTQ organizations to act in policy dialogue and community mobilization. The Mongolian language contained no words to express homosexual relations or non-traditional sexual orientations and gender identity. Homosexual homosexual relationships were shrouded in secrecy, part due to the limitations on free speech. It was only when the adoption of Mongolia's democratic 1992 constitution that a more pluralist discourse became possible, with the subsequent notions of homosexuality and non-traditional gender identities for parents and child to act on. The participants of the Mongolian LGBTQ National Dialogue made three key recommendations and a series of additional detailed recommendation points. The three recommendations addressed to the government of Mongolia are: create a safe community for LGBTQ people can live without fear and enjoy their rights; development and implement a public education and a media strategy on human rights by mainstreaming for parents to understand the LGBTQ more; strengthen the
Delegate
capacities.
of Mongolia. Currently, your time is over. We will now proceed to the next delegate. Thank you, Delegate of Mongolia. Delegate of New Zealand, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Greetings. My name is Vernices Takio, the delegate of New Zealand. Discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation should stop, because all children, irrespective of their actual or perceived sexual orientation or gender identity, have the right to a safe and healthy childhood, that is free from discrimination. No person, child, or adult should suffer abuse, discrimination, or violence of any kind for any reason, including on the basis of their real or perceived sexual orientation or gender identity. Similarly, no person should be denied any of their universal human rights, freedom, and basic opportunities.
Reminding all delegates, please say, I yield my time to the chair once you are done presenting your opening speech. Thank you, delegate. Um, Moving on to the delegate of Norway, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, fellow delegates and honorable chair. The LGBTQIA community has been continued to be treated poorly due to their sexuality and how they identify. They face discrimination, abuse, bullying, and many more. This puts them at risk physically and psychologically. To this day, their rights are still being fought for. Norway has implemented equality laws and anti-discrimination laws. We have legalized same-sex marriage, LGBTQIA parents to adopt, and LGBTQIA to serve in the military and changing genders without any need for surgery or psychological evaluation. We will continue to make Norway an LGBTQIA friendly country. This way, they would feel safer and be able to express themselves without the judgment of being part of the community. Norway will advocate for the LGBT community to stop discrimination worldwide. Another way to help is to get other countries to implement anti-discrimination laws and equality laws for the community to ensure their safety and acquire the rights they deserve. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. We will now move on to the delegate of Philippines. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Hello, delegates. I am the delegate of the Philippines. A common problem around the world is that young LGBTQ youth are discriminated against for who they are. It has gotten so bad that 4.2 million estimated homeless youth and adults are LGBTQ. The Philippines suggests we start adding LGBTQ history and other related subjects to spread awareness, and adding shelters for the homeless youth around the world. And about conversion therapy, start putting out laws and punishments for starting any conversion therapy related things. Doing this could decrease discrimination by teaching the younger generation that LGBTQ is not a sickness or sin, nor is a bad thing to be, as well as possibly decrease trauma for future youth and hope to give people a head start and hopefully decrease homeless rates. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. We will now proceed to the delegate of St. Lucia. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Hi, I am the delegate of St. Lucia, and the homosexuality and LGBTQIA plus situation in St. Lucia are bad. Homophobic people exist in there, and the LGBT people face discrimination. It is believed in the St. Lucia people that homosexuality is buggery and a crime to them. If you're homosexual in there, you face discrimination. And many LGBT people are abused, face this physical abuse, and other dangerous stuff that could have cost their life. The solution of this, the queer people might migrate to other country or just keep their gender identity to prevent them from suffering. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, delegates. I am the delegate of Sri Lanka. A survey conducted in 2021 reported that 44.4% of Sri Lankans said it would be shameful to have an LGBT child. This shows that even inside families, discrimination is normal. In the past, many government officials of the country have regarded same-sex marriage and relations as a mental disorder and have announced that the Sri Lankans are not a people of such a disease. The Republic of Sri Lanka believes that all children and people deserve to feel safe in their own sexuality and identity. Sri Lanka proposes to include learning about the LGBTQIA community and history should be included in the curriculum of students so that adolescents will not feel like they have to conform to heterosexuality. Conversion therapy should also be outlawed so that adolescents will be reminded that their identity is not a disease or a sickness and it's not something they should be ashamed of. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sudan, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. Timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, fellow delegates. I am the delegate of Sudan. In many countries in the Middle East, homosexuality is considered a crime against the religion, prompting many people of the LGBT community to hide their identity in fear of being harassed or have the threat of violence against them. In Sudan, until very recently, in September 2020, same-sex relations are punishable by death. The delegation of Sudan believes that creating more safe places for the LGBT community is important to uphold their basic human rights and live a normal life. The delegation of Sudan yields their time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Switzerland, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, honorable Chair and delegates. The LGBTQIA community face discrimination, bullying, exclusion, and hate crime. This can affect their mental and physical health. They should be given more rights and laws that will protect them from these things that they are against. Sexual orientation is an integral aspect of ourselves. Sexuality defines how we see ourselves, and we should not lead this to discrimination or exclusion. Switzerland has enforced many laws such as the anti-discrimination laws, same-sex marriage, and same-sex adoption. Implementing these laws has helped the acceptance of the LGBTQ plus community. These laws will help raise awareness for the LGBTQ plus and reduce the discrimination that most face on a daily basis. We will continue to spread awareness of what the LGBTQ plus community is facing daily to get discrimination to stop and so that they can obtain the rights that they deserve in every country. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Tunisia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Morning, everyone. I am the delegate of Tunisia, and discrimination is the unfair treatment of people and groups based on characteristics such as gender, race, age, or sexual orientation. Discrimination is a public health issue. According to the 2015 Stress in America survey, people who say they have faced discrimination rate their stress levels higher, on average, than those they say that they have not experienced discrimination. For this issue, the delegate of Tunisia would like to add an unfamiliar law against all kinds of discrimination. This solution would address this socioeconomic and political discrimination of Black Tunisians. I even intended to check.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of United Kingdom, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, fellow delegates. Today I'll be talking about the discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation. Sexuality or gender identity may not come as a surprise for some parents, and it may even be a reprieve when their child reveals their sexual orientation openly. Parents are most likely to be supportive when their child reveals their sexual identity in this modern era. However, in some conservative families or communities, this will still come as a genuine shock that can raise harmful reactions, which can lead to traumatic hostility and worse, maltreatment to the child. UK data suggests a more significant experience of discrimination, including verbal, physical, and sexual abuse. According to one national survey in the UK, it's reported that more than 50% of LGBT self-reported violence or abuse from a family member, with only 1 out of 5 of them saying it to proper authorities. Having been aware that this diverse population still experiences significant inequalities, the UK has activated anti-discrimination and put up other laws which recognize the sexual identity of its people. As a result of these regulations and societal changes, the well-being and rights of gay, bisexual, lesbian, and transgender people in the UK may have improved over the past decades. LGBT also have a relatively high risk of sexual and domestic violence that paved way to the activation of website support groups
Delegate
for
of United
centers.
Kingdom, is that your time is up? Thank you, Delegate. Moving on to the next delegate. Delegate of Uzbekistan, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, delegates. I'm the delegate of Uzbekistan. Discrimination against sexual and gender minority parents deprives their children or benefits, rights, and privileges enjoyed by children of cisgender heterosexual married couples. And I yield my time to chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Calling the other delegates. Delegate of Australia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. I am the delegate of Australia. One problem with the LGBT is that they are frequently under pressure to follow society's common assumptions of what it means to be male or female. Those who don't match the mold may be mocked, intimidated, or even physically abused. Australia suggests that we can help the issue by raising awareness in school, like we can start subjects to teach them or even give them its own subject. Australia is willing to cooperate with other countries for this. Australia hopes this can help with the issue. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Cameroon, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. The delegate of Cameroon is disconnected. We will move on to the next delegate. Delegate of Malaysia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia. We shall now move on. Now, are there any motions on the floor as of right now? Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
Brazil motions to entertain a moderated caucus.
The delegate of Brazil motions to entertain a moderated caucus. Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Delegate of Brazil, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus, as well as the reason for the moderated caucus?
Brazil motions to set the speaking time to 2 minutes for a total duration of 10 minutes to discuss possible solutions to the issue of discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Delegate of Brazil, may I ask again what is the speaking time that you have motioned, as well as the duration of the moderated caucus, as well as the
2
reason?
minutes speaking time for a total of 10 minutes to discuss possible solutions to the issue of discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation.
The delegate of Brazil motions, seeing that there are seconds, 10 minutes would be given for the speaking time, and that the moderated caucus will be focusing upon the possible solutions for the discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation. We may now proceed to the moderated caucus. For those delegates who wish to be part of the special speakers list, please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized. Delegate of Switzerland, you've been recognized. Delegates, once you have been called, please put your hands down. Delegate of France, you've been recognized. Are there any other delegates? Any delegates? We will now move on. Delegate of Brazil, you have 2 minutes. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning once again. Brazil believes that there are many possible solutions to the issue at hand. Implementing more laws and banning the conversion therapy is what Brazil proposes to solve the issue of discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation. Conversion therapies are dangerous practices, and countries should ban this therapy. It's proven that this therapy is harmful and not efficient. A study conducted by the American Psychological Association has said the methodological process of this therapy. They have since concluded that it is a harmful practice that does not work. This means that the LGBTQ youth are only being treated with harmful practices that would harm them psychologically, which is why conversion therapy should be banned. Banning this therapy and adding more laws that protect the LGBTQ community will protect the youth from discrimination due to sexual orientation. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Switzerland, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Once again, good morning, Honorable Chair and delegates. The LGBTQIA community has been struggling to get equal rights and is being treated unfairly due to their sexual orientation. It's probable that they can develop depression and anxiety. What we can do is to raise awareness on this current issue, informing others about what the community is going through daily. This would give people an opportunity to better understand the definition of LGBTQIA+, and hopefully reduce the discrimination against them. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of France, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, delegates of the House. In France, we've done different actions to these issues related to the LGBT Foundation, like the Law on the Freedom of the Press 29 July 1881, which is a law that defines the freedoms and responsibilities of the media and publishers in France. And for this specific issue, we are thinking of resolutions. These resolutions are: first is implementing more laws like the Law on the Freedom of the Press 29 July 1881 to make provisions for more specific offenses, including injury, defamation, insult, discrimination, etc. The second is providing more anti-discrimination training to people, most especially to parents and children specifically for this issue, which includes topics like how sexual orientation are covered under the laws and the right way to treat their children and vice versa. That is all, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Now, are there any motions on the floor at this time? Any delegates? The chair recommends a motion to entertain an unmoderated caucus or another moderated caucus. Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to entertain an unmoderated caucus.
Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Delegates, please press the raise hand button if you want to set a duration time for the unmoderated caucus. I would like to remind you that the unmoderated caucus is the part wherein you discuss and make your draft resolutions, so please set your time wisely. Once again, would any delegate like to motion for the duration time? Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
Brazil motions to set the time to 10 minutes for the unmoderate caucus.
The delegate of Brazil motions to set the time for 10 minutes for the unmoderated caucus. Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Those who wish to form their own blocks, please raise your hand, and you shall be sent to your respective breakout rooms. Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France would like to form blocs with Australia, Benin, Brazil, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom.
Delegate of France, can you repeat once again the country that you've mentioned after Benin?
Brazil, Australia, Benin, Brazil, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom.
Delegate of France, is this right? Delegate of Australia, Benin, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, UK are the delegates that you would like to form blocks with? Delegate of France.
I'll repeat it again.
Thank you, Delegate.
Okay. Australia, Benin, Brazil, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Delegate of France. Delegate of Australia, Benin, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, UK, Brazil, and Switzerland, do you agree with this block formation?
Yes.
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 Seeing that all delegates have agreed, he will then be added to the block as proposed by the delegate of France. Now, are there any delegates who would like to form blocks once again with the other delegates? Any delegates? Delegates? Seeing none, I would like to remind every delegate to please attach your draft resolutions in the Google Drive that will be provided in the chat box. Now, seeing that all delegates have been added, that some of the delegates have been added to their respective blocks, you shall now be put upon your breakout rooms within the time frame of 10 minutes. The delegates who have not formed blocks with other delegates shall remain upon the main room. Thank you, delegates. Delegates, please wait. It seems that we have been experiencing some technical difficulties. To those delegates who have been mentioned, who have formed blocks with the delegate of France, may you please enter to the breakout room.
Okay.
Sorry, delegates, it seems that we have been experiencing some technical difficulties once again. Please wait. Thank you. Apologies, delegates. It seems that this technical difficulty may last a bit longer. Thank you. Delegates, the timer for the unmoderated caucus has now started. Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Delegate of Brazil, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and the duration of the moderated caucus?
Brazil motions to set the speaking time to 3 minutes for a total duration time of 9 minutes.
The delegate of Brazil motions to set the speaking time to 3 minutes and the duration of the moderated caucus to 9 minutes. Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Delegates, please present your draft resolutions in front of the committee. Wait for your draft resolutions to be presented on the screen, and you have 3 minutes to present. Afterwards, we will vote if it shall be passed as a resolution of the committee. On clarification, one of the members from the blocks should share screen the draft resolutions. Block representatives, please press the raise hand button to be given a place on the speakers list. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized. Are there any other delegates from the block? Any delegates? Seeing none, we shall now proceed in presenting the draft resolutions. Block of Brazil, please present your draft resolutions. Your draft resolution and your timer will begin once you start speaking. Thank you.
So, good morning, Chair and fellow delegates. This is our proposed draft resolution sponsored by Brazil, France, and Switzerland, with our signatories Australia, Benin, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and the United Kingdom. This draft resolution is proposed for the agenda of discrimination between child and parent due to sexual orientation and sexuality. And our title is Establishing Programs and Laws about LGBTQIA+ Community and History. The General Assembly, aware of the discrimination faced by the LGBTQ youth, alarmed by the high risk of domestic and sexual abuse on the LGBTQ community, deeply concerned by the damage done by conversion therapies to young children experiencing a change in sexuality, expecting the necessary actions to need to be taken in order to protect the LGBTQ youth, urges the implementation of more laws that seek to defend the LGBTQ community from discrimination and abuse, establishes a new program for the worldwide implementation of gender education provided to parents and children. This program will provide anti-discrimination training to both parents and children. Encourages all nations to ban the conversion therapy to prevent damage caused by the dangerous practices that alter a child's sexuality. Yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Bloc of Brazil, are you open for any points of inquiry? If so, how many?
We are open to one point of inquiry.
Thank you, Delegate. Other delegates, you may now begin to ask a question regarding the resolution. Any delegates who would like to ask a question regarding your draft resolution? Delegates? Any delegates? Seeing none, we will now continue to the next procedure. Thank you, delegates. Now that the presentation for the draft resolution is done, the floor shall now be closed. Are there any motions on the floor at this time? Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to proceed to the voting procedure.
Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. To those who said present during the roll call shall vote yes, no, or abstain. And to those who have said present and voting shall only vote whether it is a yes or a no. We will now set the voting procedure for the block of Brazil. Delegates, please wait. It seems that we are experiencing technical difficulties once again. Okay. Delegate of Australia, do you agree to this draft resolution?
Yes.
Delegate of Barbados, Delegate of Barbados, that will be abstain. Delegate of Benin,
Yes.
Delegate of Brazil,
Yes.
Delegate of Cameroon, Delegate of Cameroon, that will be abstain. Delegate of France,
Yes.
Delegate of Honduras,
Yes.
Delegate of Jordan,
Yes.
Delegate of Malaysia, Delegate of Malaysia, that will be abstain. Delegate of Mongolia,
Yes.
Delegate of New Zealand,
Yes.
Delegate of Norway,
Yes.
Delegate of Philippines,
Yes.
Delegate of St. Lucia,
Yes.
Delegate of Sri Lanka,
Yes.
Delegate of Sudan,
Yes.
Delegate of Switzerland,
Yes.
Delegate of Tunisia,
Yes.
Delegate of United Kingdom,
Yes.
Delegate of Uzbekistan.
Yes.
As seeing the majority, this paper is approved. Congratulations to the delegations of Australia, France, Benin, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, UK, Brazil, and Switzerland. Thank you, delegates, and congratulations on your approved draft resolutions. Would any delegate motion to adjourn this General Assembly? Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
Brazil motions to adjourn this General Assembly.
Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the committee session is now adjourned. Congratulations, delegates, on your approved resolutions. The conference has now come to an end, and those resolutions that have been passed by the committee shall then be presented at the General Assembly. It seems that since we have finished this conference at an early time, we can have an early break or recess. With that said, are there any delegates who would like to motion regarding that for a break time? The chair recommends the motion to go to recess. Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to go to recess.
Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. We will be continuing the conference after the break, so please ensure that you will be back by 10. Thank you, delegates, and enjoy your break. You may now turn off your cameras. Delegate of Philippines.
Present.
Okay, calling once again the other delegates. Delegate of Cameroon.
Present.
Delegate of Kazakhstan. Delegate of Kazakhstan. Delegate of Maldives. Delegate of Maldives. Delegate of Malaysia. Please. Delegate of Malaysia. We shall now proceed to the next. We shall now continue to the next procedure. We are now in a formal debate. Please press the raise hand button if there are any delegates who would like to motion on the floor. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
Brazil motions to set the agenda to the global issue of migrant and displaced children.
The delegate of Brazil motions to set the agenda to the global issue of migrant and displaced children. Are there any delegates who objects to this motion? Delegate of Cameroon, did you object to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. And the agenda will be focusing upon the global issue of migrant and displaced children. We begin with the opening speeches. All delegates are to give a speech as we will go on in an alphabetical order. With that concluded, are there any motions on the floor? Any delegates? Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to set the speaking time to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes, and each delegate will be having a maximum of 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. Secretary, please set the timer, and delegates, you will be advised when your time is over. Thank you. Delegate of Algeria, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. I am the delegate of Algeria. The Algerian state prioritizes the protection of children from all forms of violence, as indicated by the extent of the funding allotted to several ministries responsible for protection. Millions of kids are on the move. From conflict, poverty, and climate change push some people from their homes. Others move in search of a better life on their voyages, at their destinations, and upon their return. Far too many people face danger, incarceration, deprivation, and discrimination. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Australia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. I am the delegate of Australia. Many children, often Sri Lankan or Afghans, arrive in Australia to seek asylum. Amnesty International has condemned the Australian government's decision to suspend the processing of new asylum requests from Sri Lankan and Afghan youth, calling it a violation of international humanitarian law. The decision could result in the wrongful imprisonment of children who are seeking the shelter for legitimate reasons. Australia hopes to help this issue by beginning to raise funds for them and taking the help of others to provide them with shelter or family. Australia also helps those who are sharing. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Barbados, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Barbados. Delegate of Barbados.
Present.
Delegate of Barbados, you are to present your opening speech right now.
I will open my speech now. Okay.
Yes.
Good day, everyone. I'm Theodore Ernest Mayas. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. And my issues
Yes.
is in discrimination against
Okay.
LGBT. We think all we have to do is understand each of them because everyone are free to choose whatever they want to be. We must respect their decision and chosen personality. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Benin, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, other delegates. I'm the delegate of Benin, and children who are displaced or migrant are is truly an unfortunate thing. Though, other than the IOM program that Benin is currently under, until further funding is noticed, we will be returning children to their original places, or they will be given out to other countries for further help. No further funding can be helped with it. I I relinquish my seat to the next.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Brazil, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. Children are our future. It is our job to ensure that these children are safe and protected. Children who seek refuge must not be denied their privilege of safety. This safety must not be interfered with the issue of migrancy and displacement. There's been a vast number of Venezuelan families who wish to seek refuge in Brazil. Brazil is the fifth largest receiving country of these Venezuelan nationalists, and it hosts 260,000 Venezuelans, 20% of which are under the age of 20. Brazil established Operation Welcome, and this program has helped these Venezuelan nationalists start a new life in Brazil. Operation Welcome has been handing out passports for education that help Venezuelan families enroll their children in school. Brazil has removed the need for an interview to issue refugee/migrant status so long as these individuals do not have a criminal record. Because of this, families no longer need to wait months before gaining asylum in the country. Brazil believes that with less strict policies have helped cope with the displacement of migrant children, and that these policies can be a possible solution to the issue. With these less strict policies, there will be fewer illegal immigrant families, and therefore there will be fewer immigrant and displaced children. And provide these children with refuge and a better lifestyle in their new home. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Cameroon, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Cameroon, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. We shall move on first to the next delegate. Delegate of France, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, delegates of the House and Chairperson. We are here to discuss one of the issues in the world. As we all know, migrant children are people ages 3 to 18 years who move within or across political borders, legally or not, while displaced children are children who get separated from their parents and immediate family. The number of unaccompanied migrant children arriving in France has increased in recent years. France's child welfare system took just under 15,000 unaccompanied migrant children into care in 2017. But in February 2018, when Human Rights Watch began this research, an estimated 400 unaccompanied were sleeping on the streets in Paris. This situation is unacceptable. France therefore supports all actions to help these migrant and displaced children and resolve this issue. That is all, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Honduras, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, fellow delegates. Honduras had about 2.7 of its population that has been displaced. Millions of them are on the move, having their own several issues because of poverty, climate change, and getting forced to leave their homes. Honduras has a history of high rates of extreme poverty, with 60% of our population living below the poverty line. One of its biggest factors to our problem was the improper housing and not having the facilities to live in, which was solved by many organizations providing Honduran communities who are in need of financial support. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Jordan, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, delegates. I'm the delegate of Jordan. And the problem here in Jordan is global issue of migrant displaced children. The cause of this is Syria's army is regaining its territory ever since 2015. The solution here is for children to go to areas where there are fewer fights and deaths. Over 672,000 refugees went to the borders of Jordan. It's a good solution since Jordan will help the refugees by giving them supplies and places to stay. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Mongolia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
To help harder communities prepare for the cases of forced migration during the country's bitterly cold winter, the U.S. Migration Agency organized an emergency preparedness simulation exercise in Bulgan and Sukhbahtar air mags with Mongolia's National Emergency Management Agency. The data it generates maps can help governments and aid agencies to better respond to humanitarian crises and target people most in need. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of New Zealand, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. My name is Vernice Stakia, Delegate of New Zealand. As you know, millions of children are on the move. Some are driven from their homes by conflict, poverty, or climate change. Others leave and hope finding a better life. Far too many encounter danger, detention, deprivation, and discrimination on their journeys. At destination or upon return, it doesn't have to be this way, because suffering and the exclusion of migrant and displaced children is not only unacceptable, but also preventable. A child is a child no matter why the child leaves home, where the child comes from, where the child is, or how the child got there. Every child deserves protection, care, and all the support. Yet too often, migrant and displaced children face numerous challenges in transit, at destination, and upon return, often because they have few or no options to move through safe and regular pathways, whether on their own or with their families. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Norway, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, fellow delegates and honorable chair. Some children have been driven away from their homes due to poverty, conflict, or climate change. They face intense danger, discrimination, and deprivation. They miss out on education as well as moving to someplace new, having to fit in, and feeling at home can be difficult for them. Norway has been a generous and dependable donor to UNHCR, providing support to protect and supply refugee children education. We are also involved with Education Cannot Wait to provide refugee children access to education. Norway, alongside partner organizations such as UNHCR, help public schools in Lebanon accommodate Syrian refugee students. We help MEHE financially to cover the tuition fees of the refugee students. The children were able to enroll and have a proper education. We will continue to donate to organizations like UNHCR to help refugee children and provide them with education, shelters, and other necessities. This way, we could give them a place to stay, and they would still be given a chance to have a proper education. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Philippines, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Uh, Good day, fellow delegates. I am the delegate of the Philippines. The problem about migrant and misplaced children is that many children are left behind, abandoned, or forced to do labor at an early age. Some lose their parents and have to live with distant relatives or other countries. The Philippines stands by establishing more youth homeless shelters for all homeless children and youth and young adults, and have caretakers help give them proper homes and possibly find their family. The Philippines is also willing to help fund and support anything that will contribute to the cause. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of St. Lucia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. I am a delegate of St. Lucia, and about the global issue of migrant and displaced students in St. Lucia, there are 71,227 immigrants and 8,338 immigrants. The migration rate is 0.04 per 1,000 population. The framework of child protection in St. Lucia is grounded in international and regional conventions. The children's lives were more affected than adults as they face discrimination, marginalization. The trauma they face destroys their self-esteem and confidence. 5.3% of the household and 7.1% of the population are very poor that they can't afford food. In 2019, 33 million children were global migrant. These poor unfortunate children may be forced to child labor, forced marriage, exposed to aggravated smuggling, and even exposed to extremely violent situations. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, fellow delegates. I am the delegate of Sri Lanka. The Republic of Sri Lanka is still undergoing a process of recovery following the 26-year civil war in the country. The conflict has left more than 900,000 children affected. Children are forced into child labor to provide for their families, and some young girls are forced into marriage at a young age in order to marry into power or money. This is because their parents are either separated from them or are too weak or sick to properly care for them. The Republic of Sri Lanka proposes to create programs to provide children and their families with work opportunities and programs to help children and provide them with education materials. Migrant children are children first. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sudan, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning again, fellow delegates. In Sudan, nearly 65% internally displaced persons are children, with 1.6 million traveling without a parent or guardian, encountering many problems during their travels. These children need protection against abuse, exploitation, and violence. The delegation of Sudan proposes to strengthen the laws on child protection to ensure that each child will grow up to reach their full potential. The delegation of Sudan yields the time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Switzerland, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and delegates. Millions of children have been driven away from their homes and always move from place to place. There are many migrants in the world, and half of them are children, and there are around 35 million children that are forcibly displaced. Many reasons are poverty, war, or climate change. Children are our most valuable resource. This is why we should give them education and protection. Switzerland partner up with the UNHCR to help refugees by protecting their rights. This also gives children an opportunity to live a better life in the near future. We are implementing child protection measures and projects that keep children safe. We should create more projects involving keeping children safe and nurtured by providing them homes, education, and child protection. Partnering up with a global organization like the UNHCR will also give migrant and displaced children a great opportunity to have a better future all over the globe. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Tunisia, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning again, everyone. I am the delegate of Tunisia, and in Tunisia, over 7% of the total population are estimated to live abroad, with 77% in Europe and 24% in Italy. Studies from around the world indicate that children left behind by migrating caretakers face education, health, and psychological problems. People migrate because they want to move somewhere for a better quality of life or to be closer to family or friends. Sometimes they want to move to escape political persecution or war. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of United Kingdom, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The issue of migrant and displaced children is a global concern brought about by irreconcilable conflicts, extreme poverty, or climate change. Millions of people, young and old, leave their countries searching for a second home that could at least guarantee them a better and safer life. However, displaced families and their children often encounter discrimination, danger, and deprivation of their essential needs and human rights. Organizations like UNICEF are at the forefront of ensuring the provision of cutting-edge solutions to help keep families together and partner with countries and their governments to put in place alternative community and family-based solutions. The contribution of the United Kingdom in this type of global issue can never be downplayed. The UK plays a vital role as a significant humanitarian assistance contributor globally and has hosted various refugees who have sought asylum in the country. 14,308 refugees were granted asylum in the UK from June 2017 to June 2018, and about 42% were 18 years old and below. The role of UNICEF and the donor countries like the United Kingdom, among others, in partnering with the displaced children and migrants help prevent, if not mitigate, the sufferings, dangers, and discrimination encountered in the host countries. In the end, our joint responsibility is that the children should be safe and protected from all forms of violence and deserve to grow up with their families and avail of the
Delegate
basic
of
needs like
United Kingdom, apparently your time is now over. Thank you, Delegate. We shall now proceed to the next delegate. Delegate of Uzbekistan, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, delegates. I'm the delegate of Uzbekistan. Children who have been displaced are at an increased risk of sexual and physical violence, disease and malnutrition, and separation from family members. Such children may be used to fight, provide labor, or be sexually exploited. In Uzbekistan, the problem with displaced children is getting worse and worse. It is estimated that 7% of women were married before the age of 18. These marriages are often coordinated by the family, and in these marriages, the financial situation of the groom's family is more important than the girl's welfare of marriage's intention. And I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on to Cameroon once again. Delegate of Cameroon, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning. The problem of migrative displacement of children and minorities and certain groups of people from their own home and places of origin has been no, quite a problem for us in Cameroon this past year.
having about 100,000 people have having to move out of our borders due to the internal clashes over resources within our country. We hope that UNICEF will be able to help us and provide resources to these displaced citizens, and we hope that we will be able to help in the near future with this problem this as soon as our problem within our country has been solved. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on, are there any motions on the floor as of right now? Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
Brazil motions to entertain a moderated caucus.
The delegate of Brazil motions to entertain a moderated caucus. Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Delegate of Brazil, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus?
Brazil motions to set the speaking time to 2 minutes for a total duration of 10 minutes.
And what will be the purpose for the moderated caucus?
To discuss possible solutions on the issue of migrancy and displacement of the children.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any objections to this motion? Delegate of Cameroon, do you object to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. We may now proceed to the moderated caucus. For those delegates who wish to be part of the special speakers list, please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized. Delegate of Switzerland, you've been recognized. Delegate of France, you've been recognized. Delegate of Norway, you've been recognized. Delegate of Honduras, you've been recognized. Are there any other delegates who would like to participate? Delegate of Cameroon, would you like to participate? Delegate of Cameroon, you are recognized. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized. Delegate of St. Lucia, you've been recognized. Any other delegates? Any other delegates? Seeing none, we may now proceed. Delegate of Brazil, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning once again, Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. Brazil has been coping with the vast number of Venezuelan families fleeing their country. And to avoid displacement of migrant children from these families, Brazil established Operation Welcome, which helped these Venezuelan families adjust to their new life in Brazil. Brazil believes that programs such as Operation Welcome can be a solution to the issue of migrant and displaced children. More programs should be established to help cope with the large number of migrant children and refugees. Brazil has also implemented less strict policies when taking in refugees and migrants. This has since lowered the number of illegal immigrants that have fled to the country. Brazil recommends the implementation of less strict policies to help cope with the increasing number of migrant families who could potentially be displaced if we don't act now. Brazil recognizes refugees as those who flee their country due to fear of persecution. These refugees are given rights to an ID document, to work, and to remain in the country. And Brazil recommends these solutions to be passed immediately to help solve the issue of migrant and displaced children. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on, Delegate of Switzerland, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Again, good morning, Honorable Chair and delegates. Millions and millions of children are always moving from place to place, and the reasons can be poverty or war. With this issue, children may experience difficulties adjusting to schools and have a hard time feeling at home. We need to create more projects that keep children away from violence or keep them in a safe place where they can be nurtured, be provided with homes and education, and be able to grow up with their families in order to secure them a better future. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of France, you have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, delegates of the House. In France, child protection authorities in Paris are using flawed age assessment procedures for unaccompanied migrant children. Hundreds of these young migrants find themselves homeless, often condemned to sleep on the streets of Paris. That is why everybody in France who is without shelter should be able to receive emergency accommodation, regardless of their migration status.
Also
But
recognize
emergency accommodations are full or nearly full, and a lot of people turned away to accommodate these migrants. Therefore, the resolutions that we think of is to aid these children more and to implement programs for these children to have shelter. That is all, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Honduras, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Once again, good morning, fellow delegates. Since there are a lot of non-government organizations that focuses on helping this kind of children, it will be helpful to know more about this and possibly support them through social media. Having a proper collection of data or statistics about where those people came from in order for more organized distribution of help and donations. That is all. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Norway, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Hello again, fellow delegates and honorable chair. It is unfortunate that some kids have to go through this at such a young age, and this issue should not be taken lightly, and we encourage others to help as well. Laura will continue to support and help refugee children by donating to organizations that help displaced children. This could help provide them with education, shelter, and other necessities. This could also encourage other countries to do the same to protect migrant and displaced children around the world. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Cameroon, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Since early December of 2021, intercommunal clashes have erupted over scarce resources. The violence has been a large problem to the residents of that region, displacing large numbers of people and having separated families. There have also been many casualties as a result of the clashes. Cameroon and the UNHCR ask for any aid with humanitarian efforts to resolve the conflict and displacement. Following the intercommunal clashes in uh, our far north region, UNHCR and the UN Refugee Agency recently issued a supplementary appeal for uh, resources to offer emergency assistance to the 100,000 refugees, internally displaced people, and host communities in Chad and Cameroon. That is all. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The country of Sri Lanka proposes to loosen policies for people and immigrants and migrants to be able to seek asylum easier so that they can settle down and feel truly at home. Sri Lanka also proposes to create programs to provide refugee parents with job opportunities so that they can provide for their families, and proposes to implement programs that can help children by providing them with materials for learning and education to help them learn and grow despite their pasts. The delegation also urges for local governments to set aside funds to assist the aforementioned programs. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Lastly, Delegate of St. Lucia, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
There are more immigrants in St. Lucia than immigrants. Since more children face violent racism, we should welcome them by getting them in a place where it's foreigner friendly. It should be big so kids can play. These poor kids are terrified because of racism, so it's best to keep them safe in a safe facility. We should also give them proper education and enough food and drinks for them to consume. It would be scary for them to die of hunger and thirst because they are too young to experience psychological and physical pain. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on, are there any motions on the floor at this time? Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to entertain another moderated caucus.
The delegate of France motions to entertain another moderated caucus. Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Delegate of France, what will be the speaking time of each delegate and duration of the moderated caucus?
France motions to set the speaking time to 3 minutes, 10 minutes for the duration, and to discuss whether or not to establish more refugee homes for the displaced children.
Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. We may now proceed to the moderated caucus once again. For those delegates who wish to be part of the special speakers list, please press the raise hand button. Delegate of France, you've been recognized. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized. Delegate of Switzerland, you've been recognized. Are there any other delegates? Delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized. Any other delegates? Delegates? Seeing none, we may now continue with the next procedure. Delegate of France, you have 3 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, delegates of the House. In France, as I said a while ago, child protection authorities in Paris are using flood stage assessment procedures for unaccompanied migrant children. Hundreds of these young migrants find themselves homeless, often condemned to sleep on the streets of Paris, France. So it is necessary for us to give attention to these displaced children and establish more refugee homes for them. Well, for France, yes, it is necessary. Excluding migrants and displaced children can have more consequences for social cohesion and stability. Not only it presents an immediate health risk for communities, but it also fuels xenophobia and stigma that could result to violence and further exclusion from services and other countries that they came from. That is all, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving on to the next delegate. Delegate of Brazil, you have 1 minute. You have 3 minutes. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning once again, Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. Brazil agrees with the delegation of France, and Brazil also believes that countries should establish more refugees. Establishing these refugees gives these individuals access to rights that help them adjust to their new life. Brazil has been hosting 1.3 million refugees as of October 2020, and these refugees have been given access to housing, language classes, healthcare, sustenance. Though Brazil has some financial struggles, has been able to help these refugees, and because of this strategy, Brazil is regarded as a model for all countries accepting refugees. And establishing refugee status can help lessen the amount of displaced children around the world. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Switzerland, you have 3 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and delegates. We should establish more refugee homes for displaced children. They should feel at home so that children are able to say that they are comfortable and they can be themselves freely. This will raise the children's self-esteem, confidence, and it will surely secure their future. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Lastly, Delegate of Sri Lanka, you have 3 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Sri Lanka wants to emphasize the importance of having many refugee homes for these displaced families. It is important to us that they feel at home, not just physically but mentally as well. This can help the children feel safe and provide them with social connections. A stable home can help them recover from the conflict they have experienced. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Now, are there any motions on the floor at this time? Any delegates? Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to entertain an unmoderated caucus.
The Delegate of France motions to entertain an unmoderated caucus. Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. And with that, delegates, please press the raise hand button if you want to set a duration time for the unmoderated caucus. I would like to remind you once again that the unmoderated caucus is the part wherein you discuss and make your draft resolutions, so please set your time wisely. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
Brazil motions to set the duration for the unmoderated caucus to 30 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate of Brazil. Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, 30 minutes would be given for the unmoderated caucus. Those who wish to form their own blocks, please press your raise hand and you shall be sent to your respective breakout rooms. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
Brazil would like to form blocks with the following delegates from France, Switzerland, Australia, Benin, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and the United Kingdom.
Delegates of Brazil, France, Switzerland, Australia, Benin, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and the United Kingdom. Do you agree with this block formation?
Agreed.
Yes.
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 Seeing that the delegates have agreed, you will then be added to the block as proposed by the delegate of Brazil. Delegates, the chair would also like to remind you to please attach your draft resolution once again in the Google Drive provided in the chat box. Now, seeing that some delegates have been added, wait. Are there any other delegates who would like to form a block? Any other delegates? Delegates, I would like to remind you that you'll be only able to make a draft resolution once you form the block with the other delegates, and that this will also reflect upon your grades. So are there any other delegates? Seeing none, we shall then proceed with the breakout rooms. To those delegates who have formed their blocks, please wait until you've been added to the breakout rooms. Open to any motions. Would any delegate like to motion? Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to entertain a moderated caucus to discuss
Open to any
the draft
motions.
resolution.
Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Delegate of France, any delegate like the time, each delegate, and the duration of the moderated caucus.
France motions to set the speaking time to 2 minutes and 5 minutes for the duration.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any objections to this motion? Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, 2 minutes would be given for the speaking time and 5 minutes for the moderated caucus for the reason of the presentation of draft resolutions. Delegates, please present your draft resolutions in front of the committee. Wait for your draft resolutions to be presented on the screen, and you have 2 minutes to present. Afterwards, we will vote if it shall be passed as a resolution of the committee. Block representatives, please press the raise hand button to be given a place on the speakers list. Any delegate? Delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized. Are there any other delegate who would like to be part of the presentation of this block's draft resolution? Seeing none, we will now proceed in the presentation of the draft resolution. Block of Sri Lanka, please present your draft resolution. Your timer will begin once you start speaking. It seems that the delegate of Sri Lanka has disconnected. Are there any delegates from the bloc who would like to be a representative for this resolution? Delegate of UK, been recognized. You may now start. The timer will start once you start speaking.
Good day, fellow delegates. So this is the draft resolution for global issue of migrant and displaced children. So the first session is the United Nations International Children's So here's the General Assembly, deeply concerned by the number of migrant and displaced children, believing that the displacement and migrancy of these young children are caused by poverty, conflict, and climate change, bearing in mind the financial support provided by donor countries, emphasizing the needed actions to aid the migrant and displaced children. That number one is requests countries to aid in the allocation of refugees with unclear residency to lessen the amount of displaced children. Two, recommends every nation to implement less strict policies to help migrant families gain asylum in a country faster. Three, calls upon the creation of more programs to help migrant families adjust to their new life in their new home. A, these programs are established to provide education to families with young children. B, help migrant adults find jobs to support their families. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Block of U- Block of UK, are you open for any points of inquiry? If so, how many? The Delegate of UK, you're unmuted.
Sorry, please repeat the question again.
Are you open for any points of inquiry? If so, how many?
No.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. We will now proceed with, Thank you, delegates. Now that the presentation for the draft resolution is done, the floor shall now be closed. Are there any motions on the floor at this time? Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
So motions to move into voting procedure.
Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. To those who said present during the roll call shall vote yes, no, or abstain, and to those who have said present and voting shall only vote whether it is a yes or a no. We will now set the voting procedure for the block of UK. I shall now call upon the other delegates. Delegate of Algeria. Delegate of Algeria, do you agree with the draft resolution? Delegate of Australia.
Yes.
Delegate of Barbados. Delegate of Barbados.
Yes.
Delegate of Benin.
Yes.
Delegate of Brazil.
Yes.
Delegate of Cameroon.
Yes.
Delegate of France.
Yes.
Delegate of Honduras.
Yes.
Delegate of Jordan.
Yes.
Delegate of Mongolia.
Yes.
Delegate of New Zealand.
Yes.
Delegate of Norway.
Yes.
Delegate of Philippines.
Yes.
Delegate of St. Lucia.
Yes.
Delegate of Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Delegate of Sudan.
Yes.
Delegate of Switzerland.
Yes.
Delegate of Tunisia. Delegate of Tunisia. Abstain. Delegate of United Kingdom.
Yes.
Delegate of Uzbekistan.
Yes.
Seeing that the majority has all agreed to this paper, it has then been approved. Congratulations to the delegate of Brazil, France, Switzerland, Australia, Benin, Honduras, Norway, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and UK on your approved resolutions. Thank you, delegates, and congratulations on your approved resolutions. Would any delegate motion to adjourn this General Assembly? Any delegate? Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
The motions to adjourn this General Assembly.
Are there any delegates who seconds this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Seeing seconds, the motion passes. Congratulations, delegates, on your approved resolution. The conference has now come to end, and resolutions that have been passed by the committee shall then be presented at the General Assembly. Delegates, it seems that we have reached the time for lunch. With that said, are there any delegates who would like to motion regarding this? The chair recommends the motion to go to a lunch break. Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
France motions to go to a lunch break.
Are there any seconds to this motion? Seeing seconds, the motion passes. We will be continuing this conference after the break, so please ensure that you'll be back by lunch. Delegates, before you go, please wait for further announcement of the chairhead. Thank you, delegates.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Selena. Okay, so very important announcement. So everyone seemed that in this committee for UNICEF, everyone finished really early for two topics. We will be having another surprise topic. So you guys will do this again, but with a different topic. And your topic is alien invasion everywhere. Alien abducts children of heads of states, and they feed on their dreams. So that will be your topic. I will paste it. Paste it. Secretary, can you enable the chat, please, so that the delegates can. Okay. So again, that is your topic, and Secretary can mute the live stream since this is just additional announcement.